has been hit. We really don't know whether it was a residential building or an official building, but definitely the area where this plane has fallen is a residential area, which is very close to the airport. Just after a minute or just shortly after takeoff, the captain had raised the alarm of Mayday, and by the time the ATC could get back in touch with the captain, there was silence. So there was hardly any time in order to, save any lives. But at the moment, the pictures that are coming out, the ball of fire into which the plane had turned into, looks like a number of people will be injured, and we really don't know in terms of how many lives will be lost, but definitely 242 people, including the crew, in which 2 pilots and around 10 cabin crew were a part of these 242 people who were on board. There were a number of international citizens from UK, from Canada, from Poland. Remember, this plane was an international flight which was taking off from Ahmedabad to Gatwick, London, and definitely the kind of incident that has happened is quite sad. At the moment, the Civil Aviation Ministry is having an emergency meeting. All emergency services have been pressed into action. The injured are being taken to the nearby civil hospital for treatment, and the Home Minister is already on his way to Ahmedabad. The Prime Minister and the Home Minister actually are from the state of Gujarat, where Ahmedabad is, where this incident has happened, and it is a situation where a number of airports have been on alert. The operations at the Ahmedabad airport has actually for now been halted. Hema.
So what can you tell us about India's aviation safety as a whole, Ravinda? Because I would imagine that a lot of questions are going to come with regard to that.
Yes, we've seen similar incidents happen in the past, but the last, for me, which I remember, was when I covered a major plane tragedy here in Nepal, which is a close by country, the neighboring country. But here in India also, we have seen incidents which have happened. Of late, the Civil Aviation Ministry has been very particular, the DGCA, about issuing licenses, about the duty hours of the pilots. As we are told, the 2 pilots were experienced pilots. They had a number of flying hours between the 2 of them. So they were experienced pilots who were taking this flight from Ahmedabad to Gatwick. The situation at the moment, it's being investigated. It is going to take time before we really know the reasons for how it happened. There are certain suggestions and advices which are coming in from the experts. What we are seeing, the temperatures in these areas, like heat wave is on as I stand here in Delhi, or in the western region, or also in the northwestern parts. It is a heat wave. Temperatures are quite high. So it depends what kind of technicalities were required at that moment in terms of taking the plane off. So we'll really have to wait for the final reports and more information to come out from the ministry. But at the moment, it is very important to see that the rescue operations go on well, and as many lives that can be saved, that is the effort being made on the ground. Emma.
Ravinda, thank you so much for all those details. Ravinda Bauer speaking to us from New Delhi. Well, U.S. Democrat officials have accused President Trump of abusing his power over his decision to deploy National Guard troops to L.A. Eddie Tiensen brings us the latest.
Despite what some people
अरे डाउन करा पैसा
हेलो नहीं सर्वर आज दूसरे लोग धर्मेश जी को फ़ोन कीजिए, राहुल को फ़ोन कीजिए, दोनों में से धर्मेश जी या राहुल। हाँ राहुल है। वो अंदर पहले बिल्डिंग में गोली लगा है ત્યાં અંદર એક તરફ નહીં આ 4 બિલ્ડિંગ છે ને જે રેસિડેન્શિયલ હોય કે જે હોય ત્યાં અરે 1200 બેગ નહીં આ બિલ્ડિંગ છે ને જે મને નહીં ખબર છે હટો સર પીછે આ એક્ઝેક્ટ બિલ્ડિંગો છે ને જે અંદર અંદર આવી જાય ને મળી જાય અંદર આવી જાય અને પેલું પ્લેનનું જે પાંચું પડ્યું છે ને ત્યાંથી અંદર જવાય છે ત્યાં
आप अच्छे सिटीजन हो गलत काम मत करो किसी का घर का है ठीक है मत करो
धर्मेश भाई धर्मेश भाई आम शूट करता है
बाहर से कर लेना
हाँ बोलो तो हाँ बोलो बोलो हेलो હવે ત્યાં બેઠા બેઠા શું કહેવાય ફોન
धर्मेश भाई क्या है
એ નહીં ખબર યાર હું તો લઈને નીકળીને ભાગ્યો હતો
हाँ हाँ ये ला ले मुँह आलू आ फाटेला है ये बॉडी काट रही है यार मोए स्थिति तो देख लो आप कैसी स्थिति है
साइड में खड़ा हूँ सर
फोटोग्राफी करने लायक है क्या
मैं साइड में खड़ा हूँ हेलो हेलो हैं अवाज कपाई है ओके ओके બહાર જાઉં છું બહાર જ જાઉં છું આ બાજુથી આવી જાઓ ને આ બાજુ રસ્તો આવી જાઓ અને કોને પીવાનું છે આ લોકો કામ કરે ને છે નજીક બીજી બી લેતો લો પૈસા બીજા હોય તો અહીંયા ફોન નહીં લાગે ખબર નહીં કઈ ખબર નહીં હલો હલો सिद्धार्थ को कॉल करो सिद्धार्थ भाई मैच चालू है तारा नहीं थतु नहीं मैं डब्ल्यू फोन है तारा ये का आपको 50 टका पड़ेगा मैंने थतु नहीं किया ये लावे हम आएंगे नहीं हुए मो होता हां ना मुनी आपको तो बताई करिए सुधार दे सुधार करिए सुधार दे तारा मुनी आओ इसका निकाल આવે હે બેનવી હે બોજો બેનવી આવે જો મારામાં કેટલી આવે હેલો ખાલી 265 પતી ગયું એ લોકોને મોકલે તો ના પાડી દીધું હા હા વાંધો અહીંયા બહાર આવી જાઓ ને પ્લીઝ ત્યાંથી જ કીધું અહીંયાથી એટલે ના પાડ બહાર આવી જાઓ મોટી ગાડી આવતો દોડે બાકી નહીં દોડ સીએમ આવે તો મોદી આવે એ બી માગું નીચે કરી દો મોદી આવે અમિત શાહ આવે સીએમ આવે કોઈ નેતા તો મારે હલો હા હું કામમાંથી પછી કામ ઇમરજન્સી નહીં અર્જન્ટ નહીં હા તો પછી કરું તમને હું દોડો હા અમદાવાદ જો ગાડી આવો તો અહીંયા गेट ऊपर तो जापा ऊपर गेट ऊपर जापा ऊपर કેમ લેટ ટ્રેનિંગ કરી તમે કઈ બાજુ જો તો પાછા કોણ છે કોણ એ તો કે જો હાથ ઊંચો કરે તમારો હાથ ઊંચો મને નહીં ઓપરેશન કરાવ્યું તમે અંદર ટ્રોમા સેન્ટર નીચે જો પછી ફરી પાછું મેડિકલ કરાવે હા હું બહાર ગેટ ઉપર જતો રહ્યો રોઇટર્સ નું પેલા એના માટે પેલા ના પાડ્યું ત્યાં તો હા પણ હું ત્યાં નથી તમે આગળ આવો ગેટ ઉપર ફ્રેમ આપેલી છે મેં રોઇટર્સ માટે એ ના પાડી એ બોડી બતાવવાની ના પાડી મને આ ગેટ ટ્રોમા સેન્ટર નહીં આપી આ મેન જાપો ક્યાં છે ગેટ મેન ગેટ મોટો ગેટ ત્યાં હા બહારનો ગેટ 3 નંબરનો ત્યાં હા હા કોણ છે લઈ જાઓ પેલા રેડ બોડી બતાવવાનું ના પાડી તમારે એટલે ભાઈ હું રોઇટર્સ માટે કે આપવાની સીએમ આવો છો સામેથી આપી દે ને ત્યાંથી હવે આ ફિક્સ રાખવાનું કીધું ફિક્સ રાખવાનું કીધું તો મેં ચાલતો નહીં સાહેબ કયું છે રિસીવર છે 4 નંબર અને પેલું એ લાગુ કરી દે બેટરી એક્સ્ટ્રા હા બેટરી એક્સ્ટ્રા આપી છે આ લોકો છે આપણી ગાડીમાં પડી ગાડીમાં પડી
चार नंबर पे ये कौन सा इमरजेंसी सेंटर वाला कौन सा ट्रोमा सेंटर वाला दे रहा हूँ मैं। एकदम बता नहीं, लाइव फ्रेम बोला कि रॉयटर्स के लिए दे दिया ऐसा कुछ, ऐसा लाया लाइव के लिए तो मैं अंदर हाँ दे दिया। कब से 15 मिनट से आधे घंटे से चालू है, उसको हटाना पड़ेगा तो हटा देता हूँ मैं, ठीक है ना। हाँ हाँ ये ट्रोमा सेंटर बोलते हैं, ट्रोमा सेंटर वाला जा रहा है
रिसीवर 4 नंबर
जा रहा है। हाँ तो थोड़ा बोलिए ना कि थोड़ा एंगल चेंज करना था, एंगल बहुत बुरा है इसमें। कर लो, थोड़ा दूर जाना पड़ेगा इसमें, ठीक है ना। हाँ हाँ चलो एंगल चेंज कर लेता हूँ, उसको बोल देना धीरे धीरे करके। ओके राहुल, हाँ राहुल इधर ओ पाठक भाई नहीं बंद नहीं कर रहा। आवाज आवाज राहुल।
हाँ एक मिनट
हाँ ठीक है अभी दे दिया, ठीक है। हेलो ठीक है मैं रिसीवर
4 नंबर
आवाज हो रहा है।
मूवमेंट जरूर देवे कि ना
अहमदाबाद सिविल हॉस्पिटल ट्रोमा सेंटर लाइव फ्रेम। ले लो बता बाबा उठी जैसे बता भाई को पानी लाओ मैं पानी लाऊं।
हाँ हॉस्पिटल तो એવું તો નેટવર્ક હેંગ ચાલુ હોય ત્યાં જામા લગાવી દીધું ત્યાં પાછળ જ્યાં પ્લાન કરશે ને જામા લગાવી દીધું તો અહીંયા મોબાઈલ નહીં પછી હું કેવું ફૂડ આવ્યો अपना पहला वीडियो तो खाली वीडियो पहला मैं पहुंचो तो તમારા વિડીયો જ આવે पवन जी ने पवन છે ને એને કીધું કે ઓલા ભાઈ मेरा भाई का मोबाइल वीडियो चलेगा जो आ जाओ
पाचड़ो पाचड़ो
ऐसे मारे लागू
अरे आई छू
चल चल
अरे भाई पकड़ ले पाठक भाई
ये हटो जाओ उधर 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 हटो 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 जल्दी जल्दी हटो भाई जोड़ क्या આપણે બીજા કોઈ પેસેન્જર દીધો હોય તો એને એમની આ પોલીસની ગાડી નહીં ચાલે આપણે બીજા કોકને દઈ હોય તેવું તો અહીંથી 40 પોલીસવાળા ત્યાં જતા રહે હા ભાર ના પડે
Say the aircraft had 242 passengers, including 217 adults and 11 children on board, although it's yet to report on more casualties. Rescue, evacuation, firefighting missions are underway. Well, that's it for this edition of Africa Live. Remember that you can send your feedback to the contacts on the screen.
identify these bodies. But at the moment, what we are hearing, the Reuters news agency on the ground has said, after speaking to the rescue workers, that 30 bodies have been taken out so far. The injured have been shifted to the nearby civil hospital, and that's the main focus. As far as Delhi is concerned, here the Prime Minister is in touch with the Aviation Minister and the Home Minister, and as we talk, the Home Minister and the Civil Aviation Minister are en route to Ahmedabad, which is about 1.5 to 2 hours flight distance from here. The airport is shut for civilian operations at the moment in Ahmedabad, and the whole focus now is to send the National Disaster Response Force, the State Disaster Response Force, the police personnel and the fire brigade personnel are all on the ground trying to control the situation and to save as many lives, as I said before, as possible. Shia Ching.
Well, India's federal health minister has said that many people were killed in this incident, but we know that, as you said, first responders are continuing to identify these victims from on board that plane, but we also know that it crashed in a civilian area in what looks like a residential building there. So what could happen to those people in that area?
Yes, but the visuals are quite horrific and devastating to see this plane hit a building which is being said to be a hostel for undergrad doctors. And so far the government is not confirming whether there were people in that building or were the students out because it's a hostel, but definitely there would be people in the hostel. And from the looks of the visuals, it surely says that we are going to hear bad news in terms of the bodies or the people who are injured, because the plane probably hit the building, but what we are seeing from the visuals, the nose of the plane is coming out on the top of the building, which was a 5-story building. So that's the information which is coming out from the ground. Yes, right now to say how many people have lost their lives or how many victims are there would be difficult, because it's a rubble, everything is charred. So to take out, because when we've seen other plane crashes earlier as well, it's difficult to find the whole bodies. So unfortunately, the situation on the ground would be quite grim. That's why for the authorities to actually give a number immediately would be difficult. There were 169 Indians, there were around 53 Britishers, there were around 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian. As far as the passenger list, which we have got, apart from that, there were around 10 cabin crew to 2 pilots. So all this is counting to 242 people on board of this plane which crashed earlier today.
I also want to ask you about this aircraft in question. It's reportedly a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. Has there been any response so far from Boeing?
Well, from Boeing, what we have heard is that they have got the initial information. They are in touch with Air India to get to the bottom of this. Of course, Air Dreamliner is supposed to be one of the, state of the aircraft, which is very, very modern aircraft with the best technology. So it is supposed to be one of the safest aircrafts. And looking at the situation, the Boeing is in touch with Air India. They are going to look at further details to find out what really transpired in that 1 minute after the plane took off from the runway and immediately crashed after that. What we are hearing, that the pilot was in touch with the ATC and pilot shouted out Mayday, and just as the ATC could respond to this Mayday shout out, there was silence on the other side. So there wasn't much time, it seems, from the time the aircraft took off and immediately it crashed. So it is being estimated that within a minute, but we really don't know, shortly after taking off, the plane crashed. Wang Wang Wang.
And we could see from those live footage from the side of the crash that black thick smoke was rising from the spot. And then, of course, fire engines and ambulances were all there. What do we know about the rescue efforts currently underway?
Well, as I'm saying, the focus is to actually save as many lives. So for that, the disaster response forces are on the ground, because it is a rubble in which they might need special equipment to cut and to break the walls, or to cut the iron pieces, or to get inside that rubble, to be able to, for the fire brigade to douse the fire, and for the NDRF personnel to get in and take out the people who are stuck there. So that is what is going on. It's going to be a tough one because, because as we saw in the visuals, so much of smoke to really enter that immediately and even later is a tough challenge for the rescue personnel, but they are doing their job on the ground. The government and the authorities are in touch with the officials there, and the whole system is now vigilant and alert and trying to take best possible steps to save as many lives as possible. Wang Mang Mang.
And Ravinda, we also know that investigations into aviation disasters like this usually takes a long time. Right after rescuers could recover the black boxes, the voice recorders from the aircraft, what can we expect now from the next stage of the investigation?
Yeah, like I think the parallel investigation is already on. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has already conducted an emergency meeting. Their personnel would be there looking for this black box because that is what, and that is where everything is recorded, which will actually bring out the facts as to what really happened in that 1 minute between takeoff and the crash. As far as the black box data is concerned, it has a voice recorder, it has a digital recorder, and also a ACARS information. So all this information is in the form of data. First, it has to be downloaded, then analyzed. So all this is going to take time in terms of really finding out what happened on the ground. But the first challenge would be to find that black box in that rubble, in that debris, which is there at the site where this incident has happened. So that is going to be the challenge. And of course, along with the rescue operations, I think the investigative agencies would be focusing on also finding that black box, because that's where the secret lies as to what really happened in those in that 1 minute or those many seconds between taking off and the accident. Wang Mang Mang.
Ruvinda Bawa for us from Delhi. Thank you so much for that update. And now let's get some more analysis, and let me bring in Jitender Bhagrava in Mumbai. He's the former executive director of Air India and the author of The Descent of Air India. Welcome to our program. Thank you so much for joining us on this breaking news story. I want to get your thoughts on the fact that just how usual is a crash of this scale in modern aviation, especially considering this is a major airline like Air India, and this is a Dreamliner, the Boeing 787-8.
Yeah, it's a very horrific incident that has happened and a very devastating one. Air India has otherwise had a spectacular safety record, but this one-off accident has really marred its image. And because it was a Dreamliner aircraft, about 11 years old, with pilots in command, the commander had 8,000 plus hours of flying experience. So you can't fault the pilot. So one will have to wait for the black box to be decoded to find out exactly what happened in the last 1-2 minutes after he had made a mayday call, and then quickly the fire came in. And you know what's happened surprising is that the plane took off, had not climbed very high, and one could see it on as the visuals are revealing, fire on the right side of the aircraft engine, and then the plane descending at a fairly fast speed, because there was no time available to the pilot to slow down. And it landed in a residential area. So we are still awaiting the relief measures and the rescue measures that have been initiated by the government agencies to look at how many survivors are there and how many have perished in the aircraft tragedy.
I'm pretty sure that there's so much is going on at the crash site. I mean, first responders are trying to recover the bodies of the victims, identifying them. But what are some of the immediate priorities for investigators when determining the cause of this crash?
You know, there's a standard operating procedure. India's regulatory agency, DGCA, the airline, and the Boeing, because the aircraft involved is a Boeing Dreamliner aircraft, they'll all gather and they will decode the black box, get to the reasons for it, because in aviation industry, every accident serves as a learning lesson for improving safety standards. And it may take a couple of days before you can hazard a guess first and then affirmatively put it on record that this was the primary cause of the crash. At this juncture, it would be premature to speculate, but all one can say is Air India's crash resulting in tragedies, death casualties, is a very, very horrific incident, unfortunate, and our heart goes out to the people who perished in this accident. And let's hope people get over it, get to the root cause of it, and we have a kind of confidence in the flying that people get on, because fortunately this accident took place during daytime. So the rescue operations have been fairly smoother and faster to get onto the victims and say, okay, how many of them can be admitted to the hospital for medical treatment, and plus, of course, those who perish at the site itself. It's a sad, sad thing for them.
So Boeing, as we know, has faced allegations of rush production and skipped inspections. Do you see these as systemic issues or isolated lapses?
It will be premature to speculate and say what is it. Ultimately, Dreamliner, when it was first introduced in 2008, 2009, Air India was among the first few airlines to have ordered this aircraft. Now, whether there is some kind of a technical issue or not, one will only have to say. I would hate to hazard a guess and say this was the reason for it. Till such time, authorities, after decoding of the barcode of the black box, really get to the root of it and say this is the cause of it. Because they can be as many experts as their people and say this is the reason for it, and I'm not one of those to say it.
Now, I also want to get your expertise on this aircraft in question. The 787 Dreamliner has had repeated issues with, for example, fuselage gaps and oxygen leaks. Are these design flaws or manufacturing problems?
No, let's put it this way. Boeing has had tradition, or it's in the airline industry, that when you find any kind of a possible thing, they send out an advisory to all the airlines using that particular aircraft to say, this is what has been identified as a weak link, please address it, or ground the aircraft till such time this issue has been addressed. As far as the Dreamliner aircraft is concerned, Boeing had issued no advisory. Air India has been operating its entire fleet of Dreamliner aircraft without any problem. So that's where I said this accident is a one-off accident, and we must wait for the regulatory agencies to come to a firm conclusion as to what went wrong and resulted in an accident.
Mr. Jitendra Bhargava, thank you so much for sharing with us your expertise into this breaking news story. Let's move on. And police say the plane was headed to London's Gatwick Airport before it crashed in a civilian area. And now my colleague Ravinda Bawa is joining us live now from Delhi for the latest development. Well, Ravinda, tell us more about what's happening on the ground and what do we know about the passengers on board?
Well, there were around 169 Indians, there were around 53 Britishers, 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian citizen on board of this Air India flight, which was a Boeing Dreamliner, one of the best aircrafts in the world, one of the most modern aircrafts in the world in terms of technology. The total number of people on board, including 12 crew members, were 242, and this happened just shortly after takeoff from the Ahmedabad airport in the civilian area. At the moment, the focus is to continue with the rescue operations, which picked up immediately, because what the locals got to see was this huge fire which was coming out from behind the walls of the airport, which was basically a civilian area, and the plane had crashed into a building which is supposed to be, and which the locals are telling us is undergrad hostel for undergrad doctors. And the news at the moment coming in from there that probably 5 people from that building have lost their lives, and the plane crashed in that area, and there was fire. Plane was loaded with a huge amount of fuel because it was just taking off for Gatwick, which was miles away. So you can imagine after crash what would have happened, and that's why we saw the plane turn into a ball of fire. Rescue operations are challenging because it's not just requires the fire brigade, the police personnel, but also the National Disaster Response Force and the State Disaster Response Force, because they will need technical equipment and technical expertise to cut certain areas, to break certain walls, to actually rescue the people who are stuck there. What we have seen that what the reports are coming out that there a number of people have been charred, and that will be a difficult proposition, because to identify these bodies or these people who have lost their lives will be very difficult. So a very grim situation on the ground, Wang Mang.
Of course, the death toll is not immediately clear as rescuers continue to recover the bodies of the victims, but India's federal health minister has said that many people were killed in this incident, and we could imagine from the scale and scope of destruction, because it crashed not on the tarmac, but it hit a residential area. What can we expect to happen in terms of the death toll of this incident?
Well, at the moment, it's very difficult to say what the death toll will be, but looking at the site and looking what has transpired there, probably that's why the health minister came out with this statement. The Reuters agency has quoted the rescue operation workers there, saying that around 30 bodies have been taken out from the site. Many injured have been rushed to the civil hospital nearby. Of course, those injuries would also be severe, and we might have to really work very hard into saving those lives who have got injured and survived. So it will be difficult to actually pinpoint, but looking at the circumstantial evidence, it does look that the losses will be huge, and that is not very good news, which we are going to see in the next few hours. But yes, looking at that situation, I think probably the health minister has said what he has said. In the meantime, the home minister and the civil aviation minister are en route to Ahmedabad. Emergency meetings have been conducted and are being conducted. Boeing has gone ahead and said that they have received initial information and they are in touch with Air India. A standard operating procedure is laid down by the DGCA, the Director General of Civil Aviation, saying how to go ahead from here in terms of investigation. It will be important to locate that black box, which actually has the secret of what transpired when the plane took off and the moment it crashed. And it's being said there was 1 minute gap between that, where the pilot actually got in touch with the ATC saying, calling Mayday, and before the ATC could respond, there was silence on the other side. So a lot more information will be unfolding in the next few hours, as it is a developing story, and we will keep a tab on that. Wang Mang Mang.
And now this plane in question, Ravinda, Boeing 7878. This is a Dreamliner, of course, but we know there has been a number of crashes in recent memory. Stocks of Boeing, of course, declined after reports of this crash. Has there been any response so far from Boeing?
Yes, as I just mentioned that they are now in touch with Air India, and what really will happen is that the DGCA, Air India and the Boeing will sit together to actually find out what went wrong. As far as Air India is concerned, they were the first company here in India to buy these Dreamliners, and they have been raved about as being the most modern aircrafts with most modern technology in terms of how they actually assess the temperature on ground, because at the moment here in Delhi and whole of north and northwestern belt there is a heat wave, so temperature at that time was quite high, and this technology actually enables the pilot to actually calculate how much throttle to give when the surrounding temperatures are high. So that is the kind of precision these aircrafts have. So of course Boeing has to come forward and take responsibility as to what happened, but we cannot say that because it could be a human error, it could be a malfunction, and as some experts say, it could be a bird hit, but we really don't know what is the real cause unless the investigations are carried on. But surely it is a tragedy which has unfolded this afternoon in Ahmedabad and causing a loss of lives and causing a lot of pain to the loved ones of those people who are not with them anymore. Wang Mang Mang.
And Ravinda, as we continue to gather information from the rescuers, from Boeing, from all those people involved in the search and rescue efforts, what are you learning there about those rescue efforts currently underway?
Well, as I said, black box is very important to be found out because it has the recording, the voice recording, the digital recording, and there is something called ACARS, which I also will have to talk to some experts to find out, but these three elements are the key elements which will then, this data will be decoded in order to find out what really happened. The parallel search for the black box is on at the moment, apart from focusing on saving as many lives as possible. Initially, the locals responded on the ground. There were ambulances which were lined up. So the response of the administration, I would say, was quite quick as far as the moment this incident happened, and the moment the fire engines were there, the ambulances were lined up to take the injured from the site to the hospital, and the hospital was also geared up. So we have to really wait and watch as to what more information we can gather from the ground, but at the moment focus on doing as much rescue, as much saving as many lives as possible.
Now, as you said, the black boxes hold the key to understanding what the cause of this crash. What can we expect now from now to, before these black boxes were found, the next stage of investigation?
See, as I said, it's very difficult to at the moment pinpoint as to what could be the reason. It could be a malfunction. It could be a malfunction because, before the flight takes off, all security measures and all security checks are done in terms of the proper functioning of the aircraft. And I'm sure that protocol was followed. As far as human error is concerned, we cannot say what really happened. But yes, these are all matter of investigation. The fact that the flight was just taking off, it was like a fire, but it was like a bomb because the moment it fell, we saw that kind of ball of fire, and that was because it was loaded with fuel because it was going miles away. So all these factors will have to be considered. The investigation agencies are on the spot. The standard operating procedures are laid down, which the DGCA will ensure will be followed to actually get to the bottom of this tragedy. Wang Wang Wang.
It's been a little over 2 hours now since the crash of this aircraft, and we'll certainly keep you updated as more information becomes available. Ravinda, thank you so much. And now Pratiksha Sin joins us live from Delhi. She's a reporter from NewsX based in Mumbai. Thank you so much for joining us on our program, Pratiksha. What are you learning there about how events are unfolding at the site of the crash, and how is the rescue operation progressing?
Yeah, so first of all, this is a very tragic event. It hasn't happened in India since so long. Last it was in Bombay that it happened, and now Air India got into such a tragic event with so many reactions unfolding. And of course, as your reporter told, that there were almost 242 people on board, which included the crew and the pilots. which is and we can expect a lot of casualties there, because we had visuals of a lot of bodies being carried around to the hospital to check to check if there is any survival rate or not. And apart from that, the whole world is mourning this loss. We've seen reaction from Keir Starmer, we have seen reaction from Volodymyr Zelensky, and then countries, USA has reacted. So various other countries have reacted to this tragic event, tragic accident that has happened. And all I can say is that the Prime Minister of India is looking after this situation, and it is very grave situation. It's his homeland, Gujarat. Prime Minister Modi, he belongs to Gujarat, so it's his birthplace. So he is very much sad because of this whole event, and we are yet to find how this happened, which can be unfolded only after the rescue agencies find the black box.
Right, and now details are continuing to emerge from the scene as we await for more details about these passengers, because rescuers are now still trying to recover their bodies and identify these victims. What do we know so far about the passengers and crew on board the aircraft?
So as much as we know, we have almost 332 passengers were there, out of which 10 of them were crew and 2 were the pilots. So in total, there were 242 people on board, including the crew. And out of which 169 were Indians. Not all of them were Indians. There were 53 passengers who were British, because this flight was bound to London. It was going from Ahmedabad to London. And there were almost 7 Portuguese citizens, and not only that, there's a report of Canadian also on board. Not only that, there were the people on board were pretty significant in Indian politics. We have reports of Vijay Rupani, who used to be the former chief minister of Gujarat right before Bhupendra Patel, who is the current chief minister. So Vijay Rupani is a prominent leader of the ruling party, and he was the chief minister, and it is said that he was also on the flight. And of course, we can't come up with the number of people who were dead, but this definitely has caused a lot of loss, including including the loss of several prominent personalities, including Mr. Vijay Rupani. So yeah, this is a tragic loss not only for India but also for Britain and the world, because there were people from all over the world, including Portugal and Canada, on board.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Pratiksha Sin, for speaking to us from Delhi. Thank you for your time. Now, the Air India crash is just the latest disaster to beset U.S. manufacturer Boeing, and here are just some of the crashes in recent memory. The world has stunned in October 2018 and March 2019, when a total of 346 people were killed in the crashes of Indonesia's Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines, respectively. Both tragedies involved a Boeing 737 MAX 8 aircraft. And more recently, in January of last year, an emergency door fell off an Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 shortly after takeoff. Also in January, a wheel came off of Delta Airlines Boeing 757 as it was preparing to take off. And then in February, a United Airlines flight from San Francisco to Boston was diverted due to wing damage, and a 737 en route to Fort Myers from Houston was forced to turn around due to an engine fire. And that same month, a LATAM Airlines Boeing 7879 flying from Sydney to Auckland experienced technical failure, causing violent shaking and many injuries. And last December, South Korea saw its deadliest aviation disaster in history when a Jeju Air Boeing 737-800 skidded off the runway, killing all but 2 of the 181 passengers on board. Meanwhile, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has expressed deep shock over the crash of a London-bound passenger plane carrying 242 people. In a social media post, Modi stated that the tragedy in Ahmedabad is heartbreaking beyond words. And he added that he has been in touch with ministers and authorities who are working to assist those affected. All right, now let me bring in our correspondent Ravinda Bawa again. She's live for us from Delhi. Ravinda, tell us about how the situation is developing from the scene as more details are emerging there.
Yes, I mean, we are getting some news that probably it's a serious news. We have to confirm further, but probably most of the passengers have lost their lives because what we were talking about earlier, Wang Mangmang, the kind of fuel which was in the plane, and after crashing, the kind of fire that erupted, or the fire that was seen by the locals and in the visuals that we have seen, it would have been very difficult. It would have been a miracle that somebody survived from there, because a similar kind of a situation we saw in Nepal a few years back, and that is what is once it falls, the flight falls with fuel in it. It's very difficult for the fire to be controlled, although authorities reach there on the spot, but the situation quite grim. Rescue operations still on in terms of clearing out the rubble, and also because it has fallen in an area which was a civilian area, to ensure that there are no others who are stuck in this rubble, because the building on which it fell, there were walls which collapsed. So the NDRF trying to use all the equipment to to find out if there is nobody else who is who's stuck in that rubble. But situation quite grim, and it's a big loss, not just for India but all the families whose loved ones were on board, whether it is the crew members or the passengers on this flight which was going from Ahmedabad to Gatwick. Wang Mangmang.
And Ravinda, according to a report, this crash took place less than a minute after taking off. And we also understand that all the operations from the airport has been suspended for now. What are you learning on what's going on at the airport?
Yes, all the operations are suspended at the moment at the Ahmedabad airport. The Home Minister and the Civil Aviation Minister would almost be reaching there, because they left immediately after the incident. They will go and take stock of the situation. There could be a human error, there could be a malfunction, there could be a bird hit. There are many possibilities. We really don't know what really happened. But the sad situation is the number of lives that are lost, and what really happened. What I have experienced in earlier airplane crashes is that when the bodies are charred, it's very difficult to identify them, and the pain for the families whose loved ones are on this flight will not end in a day. It's going to continue for long, because they will try to get and identify those people. That in itself is a main very painful procedure, and after identifying, to get the remains of the loved ones and then to have a final closure is going to be a long process. This is something we have seen in Nepal. This is something we have seen in earlier such air crashes. So this is a saga for the people who've lost their lives, for the authorities, for Air India, of course, and for Boeing, the aircraft which they flaunted as one of the best aircrafts or the most modern aircrafts. So it's a sad situation as far as all the stakeholders are concerned, but especially for the families, the pain is going to be a pain and a loss which will never be forgotten. Wang Mangmang.
We could certainly imagine it be an anxious wait for all the family members of the passengers on board, because they would be trying to reach out to their families and friends, and they would be perhaps expecting to meet them at the airport. But then, before they could be brought a sense of closure, identification of the victims will be prioritized in the first place. But what's being arranged there at the scene for a DNA identification? Because these victims would be hard to recognize just from the look of their bodies.
Well, helpline numbers have been circulated. The helplines have been set up. Emergency rooms and control rooms have been set up to coordinate with all the calls that are coming in, especially of the relatives of the people who were on board. The DNA testing takes a bit of time because first you have to collect all these. What happens is, like, I don't want to talk about these things, but it is a very difficult process and it is a painful process. Because you have to match the DNA before the authorities can also get, give away the remains of the of the loved ones to the families of the people who come to claim. So it's going to be a painful process, a long process, because unless the DNA is matched, for the government also to give the remains of the people who have lost their lives to the families will be a difficult task. And knowing that the kind of heat and temperature we are dealing with here in the northwest and north of India, a heat wave situation, it will be a challenge to actually, keep these remains in the mortuaries as well. So all these challenges from here on, after the whole rubble is cleared and the action moves from the site to the hospitals and doing that whole paperwork, and also when the government announces a certain compensation for the families to claim that, it's a very, very painful procedure, even for the reporters who witness this on the ground, for the officials who handle this, and more for the families who are on the ground. Wang Mang Mang.
And as we mentioned just now, Ravinda, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi said he was deeply shocked by this tragedy. And of course, authorities have received instructions to carry out immediate rescue operation and make arrangements on a war footing. So what kind of arrangements are being made at the scene to facilitate the search and rescue operation and also to identify the victims?
Well, as far as the rescue operations, as I said, the State Disaster Response Force is the first to respond to any such disaster or a natural disaster or an accident like this, whether it's a train tragedy or a plane crash. Also, the teams from Delhi of the National Disaster Rescue Response Force have also moved in. They are more experienced. So all this has already happened. The officials have already created a control room. There are authorities who are now answering and responding to those number of calls that are coming in. So this is happening on the ground. Hospitals are also getting ready to, keep these remains, because in this heat, as I said, to organize that kind of ice and to have those kind of, freezing temperatures to maintain the remains from decomposing is going to be a big challenge. And that's something which might have already started, as I'm assuming, because I'm in Delhi. But on the ground, these are the things that take place step by step. So these authorities must already be doing this. Probably the Ahmedabad officials might not be enough. They might have to call state officials from other parts of the Gujarat state. And as my colleague Radhika was mentioning, this is the home state of both the Home Minister and the Prime Minister. So I'm sure more care and more vigilance will be taken. Home Minister is on the ground. So things will move faster than what we are going to see in the next few days. So surely action will be taken fast and things will get rolling as far as handing over the remains of the people who've lost their lives to their families. Wang Mang Mang.
Ravinda Bawa, thank you so much for keeping us updated on this developing news story. And now let's also get some expert analysis, and we are joined by Chappy Hakim. He's the former chief of staff of the Indonesian Air Force and an aviation expert based in Jakarta. Thank you so much for joining us on our program. Now, this crash marks the first fatal accident for this model since its debut in 2011. And now, given Boeing's history with this 737 MAX, do you believe this reflects perhaps deeper systemic issues in Boeing's safety records?
Okay, if we facing this accident, while it is too early to pinpoint to exact cause, several early clues suggest a catastrophic failure during initial climb. Why? Because the fact that the aircraft issued Mayday call within moment later, lift off, and failed to gain sufficient altitude. This could indicate one of the following scenarios. The first thing is maybe a critical engine failure or a power plant malfunction, possibly due to a bird strike or maintenance oversight. And the other reason is the severe control system malfunction, hydraulic, electrical, or flight control issues with not yet known that limited pilot authority over the aircraft, and the possible weight imbalance or improper configuration, which can cause loss of the lift aerodynamic instability immediately after rotation. And the other one is a flight management system error or software malfunction during automated climb. These things indicate because it's a pilot broadcast Mayday, he didn't have any time. He didn't have a very short time to recover the situation that they facing. But I do believe that the captain pilot have long experience with more than 8,000 flying hours and 787 have long operated by Air India. It's about 10 or 11 years.
Well, as you mentioned, the Air India pilots reportedly issued this Mayday call but did not respond to ATC. Does this suggest perhaps training gaps or, some other problems like systemic failure or uncontrollable conditions?
Yeah. I cannot ensure. I cannot, and I'm not sure about what's the training failure, because looking at the flying hours the captain have, they have the enough experience. That's enough flying hours, and if looking to the Boeing company right now, we're facing a lot of problem with the design and maintenance. But unfortunately, 787 is the equipped with highly automated safety protocols and has already more than 10 years Air India using it. So I cannot analyze what's going wrong in this accident.
I still want to pursue a few questions concerning Boeing because it's faced criticism for prioritizing production speed over quality control. How much responsibility really falls on Boeing versus airline maintenance in this particular crash?
Yeah, unfortunately, Boeing have several failure along 10 until 15, the recent 10 or 15 years, but never happened in this type of Boeing 787. It's the first time Boeing 787 experienced total loss accident in Air India. I don't know what the maintenance and quality control of Boeing are involved in Air India Airlines. I don't know so far.
But could also, some other factors like assembly flaws contribute to such accidents?
Sorry.
Assembly flaws. Could assembly flaws contribute to such accidents?
Yes, it's maybe not. I cannot mention it properly because a lot of possibility can happen. But I have to underline, for Boeing 787, they have highly automated safety protocols. It's unbelievable accident actually.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing with us your expertise on this developing news story. We appreciate your time. Well, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has expressed deep shock over the crash of a London-bound passenger plane carrying 242 people. In a social media post, Modi stated that the tragedy in Ahmedabad is heartbreaking beyond words. He added that he's been in touch with ministers and authorities who are working to assist those affected. Well, the Air India crash is just the latest disaster to beset U.S. manufacturer Boeing, and here are some of the crashes in recent memory. The world was stunned in October 2018 and March 2019 when a total of 346 people were killed in the crashes of Indonesia's Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines, respectively. Both tragedies involved Boeing 737 MAX 8 aircraft, And more recently, in January of last year, an emergency door fell off in Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 shortly after takeoff. Also in January, a wheel came off of Delta Airlines Boeing 757 as it was preparing to take off. And then in February, a United Airlines flight from San Francisco to Boston was diverted due to wing damage. And a 737 en route for Fort Myers from Houston was forced to turn around due to an engine fire. And that same month, a LATAM Airlines Boeing 787-9 flying from Sydney to Auckland experienced technical failure, causing violent shaking and many injuries. And last December, South Korea saw its deadliest aviation disaster in history when a Jeju Air Boeing 737-800 skidded off the runway, killing all but 2 of the 181 passengers on board. Well, the aircraft that crashed near Ahmedabad airport today was a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. The website Boeing.com says it is a mid-size, wide-body and twin-engine jet airliner that has carried more than 1 billion passengers since its first flight in December 2009. And that is a record for any aircraft. It's a popular choice among established airlines for its fuel efficiency, which it gains from being lighter than any other jet. Approximately 50% of its body is made up of carbon, which is a fiber-reinforced polymer. It can seat 248 passengers in a 2-class layout with a maximum travel range of just over 14,000 kilometers. It is designed to travel at a lower cabin altitude equivalent to 6,000 feet, giving higher humidity and improved air quality. And the official listing price for a Boeing 787-8 is $248.3 million. But established Boeing partners reportedly pay between $148 to $157 million. All right, Ravinda Bawa is joining us live again from Delhi for the latest update on this crash. Ravinda, what do you have for us at this hour?
Well, the Prime Minister is now, the news that is coming in is that the Prime Minister is also flying to Ahmedabad. As I mentioned, that Ahmedabad is part of Gujarat state, from where both Prime Minister and Amit Shah, both of them, the Home Minister, represent Gujarat here in Delhi at the center. So both of them are now going to Gujarat. Prime Minister's visit has just been announced. He will there to go and take stock of the situation on his own. Right now also here in Delhi, he was in touch with all the ministers, trying to take updates and to take information from all the ministers as to what is happening on the ground. But now he will be on the ground. He will be taking meetings there. So that's what the information that is coming in. Apart from that, the rescue operations are on, in the sense the rubble is being cleared up. The hospitals are providing treatment to the injured who have come in. Remember, it was a massive fire, so the kind of injuries that these survivors have sustained could be quite serious. So we'll really have to wait and watch, wait to get the final number from the Ministry of Health or the Minister of Gujarat to find out what are the casualties. But surely, looking at the situation, it seems that things are not very good on the ground. Wang Mang Mang.
And Ravinda, before Prime Minister Modi embarked on his journey to Ahmedabad, he posted on social media that this is certainly a heartbreaking incident that's beyond words. Does that begin to capture the feelings of loss where you are?
Yes, you know, because it is an important, it's a big loss, because there were foreign nationals on the flight, especially from the countries like Canada, with which India is just beginning to have the relations between the two countries are beginning to get better. As far as UK, India has had good relations. They are working on a trade deal as well. So for these nationals to be on a flight in India, Air India, which belongs to the Tata Group, which have also expressed their profound grief and sorrow for this tragedy. But for India, it is also about international relations, and for the Prime Minister to be on the ground, seems that things are serious on the ground, and he wants to be there to be on top of everything, to ensure that the remains of the loved ones of the relatives should be given to the relatives on time. There should be no delay, and as far as the proper arrangements made to store these remains in the mortuaries, especially at a time when the temperatures are soaring about and above 45 degrees here in India, it's going to be a challenge, and Prime Minister does not want anything to go, worse from here. So he's going to be there taking stock, and Prime Minister always works. He has an hands-on approach when it comes to situations, and he deals with it with the ministers and the authorities. So that's what we will see. We really it's a tragedy that nobody thought is going to unfold the way it has. Wang Mang Mang.
And now, what has been the response from Boeing so far, from the moment that the plane went down to now a couple of hours after this crash?
Well, Boeing, Air India, DGCA, all in touch, trying to gather as much information as they can. As I had mentioned earlier, till the black box is found, the real facts are not going to be out in the open. It's only after the black box is found and all the recordings on the black box are decoded following a standard operating procedure is when these investigative agencies, whether it's Boeing, Air India, DGCA, all together will be able to get to the bottom of what transpired from the time the aircraft took off from Ahmedabad airport, and within a minute it crashed in a residential area, causing a major loss of lives to the travelers, to the passengers who were on board, as well as the crew who were on board. Wang Mang Mang.
Details are still emerging from the scene after this crash. Ravinda, I want to thank you for keeping us updated on this developing news story. Well, the aircraft that crashed near Ahmedabad airport today was a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. The website Boeing.com says it is a mid-sized, wide-body and twin-engine jet airliner that has carried more than 1 billion passengers since its first flight in December 2009. That is a record for any aircraft. It's a popular choice among established airlines for its fuel efficiency, which it gains from being lighter than any other jet. Approximately 50% of its body is made up of carbon, which is a fiber-reinforced polymer. It can seat 248 passengers in a two-class layout with a maximum travel range of just over 14,000 kilometers. It is designed to travel at a lower cabin altitude equivalent to 6,000 feet, giving higher humidity and improved air quality. The official listing price for a Boeing 787-8 is $248.3 million, but established Boeing partners reportedly pay between $148 to $157 million. The Air India crash is just the latest disaster to beset U.S. manufacturer Boeing, and here are just some of the crashes in recent memory. The world was stunned in October 2018 and March 2019 when a total of 346 people were killed in the crashes of Indonesia's Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines, respectively. Both tragedies involved Boeing 737 MAX 8 aircraft. And more recently, in January of last year, an emergency door fell off an Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 shortly after takeoff. Also in January, a wheel came off Delta Airlines Boeing 757 as it was preparing to take off. And then in February, a United Airlines flight from San Francisco to Boston was diverted due to wing damage, and a 737 en route to Fort Myers from Houston was forced to turn around due to an engine fire. And the same month, a LATAM Airlines Boeing 787-9 flying from Sydney to Auckland experienced a technical failure, causing violent shaking and many injuries. And last December, South Korea saw its deadliest aviation disaster in history when a Jeju Air Boeing 737-800 skidded off the runway, killing all but 2 of the 181 passengers on board.
This is reported with CGTN in Beijing. A crash of an Air India plane with 242 people on board on Thursday was actually the first ever for a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. While the London-bound passenger plane went down in India's western city of Ahmedabad, a long-haul craft that has been in operation since 2011 and then carried between 248 and 330 people. So for more analysis, let's welcome my guest today, who is Mr. Qiao Shanxun. He is the Executive Director at Henan Industry and Trade Vocational College, Low Altitude Economic Development Research Center. Welcome to our show, Mr. Qiao. 所以，乔老师，感谢您接受我们的采访哈。那我们知道，当地时间12日，一架印度航空的波音787客机在印度的艾哈迈德巴德机场附近坠毁了。能不能先给我们介绍一下您了解到的最新的这次？
Could you please first share with us the latest information?
各位观众好。
Good evening. First of all, I would like to express my condolence to the victims and the sympathies to their families. I feel very heartbroken. So far, according to all the published information, we know it's a 787 an aircraft from Boeing and should originally planned to fly from Ahmedabad to UK, and also we know it's lost the signal really shortly after takeoff, and also later on we know it's lost the signal, and know it's crashed, and also we could see that the pilot actually said Mayday, Mayday. So that should be say that the crew actually know something going wrong, and it's a tragedy. We haven't got the final result yet, but right now we could know that this is really a big impact, a big blow to the whole aviation industry around the world. And we should really review these things in a objective and rational way. It's too early to guess all the different possibilities. But we need to first find the black boxes and to really analyze all the data available, and then we could really say the results. And also we know that for the whole, the investigation should also follow that the rules of the International Aviation Association, so we could really get the accurate result, and we know exactly the facts of this tragedy. And also please give them enough time and space so they could really restore the whole fact. Yes, indeed. And we could see that this is from a Boeing 787 that we know is also known as the Dreamliner. And according to the data, and this is actually the first such huge accident has occurred. Would you please introduce a little bit about Boeing 787? Yes, indeed. We talk about actually since its debut 2010, and this actually is we talk about nearly the whole loss of the whole crew and also the passengers. And we talk about previously before the accident happened, and 787 was known as for its the reality and also that the safety. And we know that a lot of the people actually still taking this kind of model. And we talk about the design and technology actually is the groundbroken. So first, we look at its widely used the composite materials. So 50% actually use the carbon composite, which means that make the whole aircraft lighter weight. And it actually helps to improve that the nearly that 20% more the fuel efficient. And we talk about for 787, you look at actually is also to use that the fuel efficient engines, and also a lot of the air conditioning and other functions actually also to follow this rule, so that also help to improve that the fuel efficiency. And also we talk about that the overall technology, we talk about that it have longer a range, and also it could offer that a higher cabin humidity and a lower cabin altitude. So it also help the passengers to help them reduce that the fatigue, so to help to increase their comfortability. So we know if they fly long distance, it's very good for them to have this kind of passenger comfort. So we talk about in the past more than decade, it proved that its functions actually really reliable. So we talk about that the result of this tragedy is really the important impact of the air flights. So we talk about that these is the three areas you talk about. Any other areas we could review that the tragedy this time. So we talk about in the recent years any that accident happened regarding Boeing 787 passenger aircraft. We talk about it had a really good record, but we know that we had the accident happened to Boeing 787, but it's totally different. We talk about for the very early days, the Boeing 787, and it used the lithium battery, but we talk about it back to 2013 as the battery fails and grounding, and that's caused that the whole 787 fleet all stopped service. So FAA actually checked at all the details and also work with Boeing. So they add that a cover, a more solid, that the cover around that the lithium ion battery. So we talk about we need to have a sound and complete system help us to find the problem and correct all these problems. So that's the battery fares. Another is quality check. So we actually know that the Boeing had experienced the ups and downs around safety, and we know that the 787 9 that's actually the hatch fall off. And the 787, actually, we also could see some cracks happened and found. So that is also to tell us that something happened to the fuselage, and also they need to further improve their quality checking. So they need to guarantee that the quality of the aircraft. So actually, the public also questioned the capability of Boeing. Another is related to operational incidents. We talk about engine failures. And it's not really that to talk about the engine, that the malfunctions, or we talk about that the engine from GE, then that's also they need to check with different companies. We talk about there's no like a single issues triggered the big problem. So we need to think about like engine shutdowns, cabin pressure losses, and several like turbulence events causing injuries. But all these we talk about could not compare to the tragedy this time, because this is the first fatal hull loss. This is the hull loss this time. This is a very really the heartbreaking and in tragedy. And we talk about that this is a huge difference from the previous accidents with Boeing flight. Thank you very much. As you mentioned, that the previous events. So I remembered that previously we talk about that the hatch door falling off and other accident. Actually, we talk about that the human being that the wrong operation actually could be one of the biggest problems. We talk about that previously a lot of events actually caused this problem, and we talk about this time that do you think how much percent could be the human issue? So for these, previously we talk about the hatch falling off. Actually, that's no one know who actually put a bolt into it, because finally that's why the hatch falling off during flight, because someone did not put a bolt into it. So that's a hole they did not put into it. What's the reason behind for that person putting that bolt? No one knows. So this time we also need to really think it from a scientific way. We talk just purely simply blame that it's human being wrong operation. So it's way too early to say that. So right now we need to do is we need to really think about the limitation of that human being. We talk about, I mean, that for Japan, and actually the aircraft, the crashed, right? Remember that's a civil, that the aviation as the passenger flight crashed into that military flight. So that could be the fatigue. And we talk about that the system, when you design the system, could you also consider that the fatigue of the pilot? And also at the beginning of this year, we talk about there is a passenger, a flight also clashed, and we know that remember it should be like the figure skaters, right? On board, and we talk about that craft cause that the figure skates died. So we talk about that the passengers flight crash with a helicopter. We talk about a helicopter because it's changed its flying environment. We talk about aviation, actually it's full of uncertainty and complexity. So the region of a human being, especially given the fact as the environment changing, that the whole condition changing, we need to all think about that limitation of human being. So we talk about that because of that back to 1980s, 90s, because of that we have the small talks, and so the pilots actually forgot to operate. But we still need to think about that no human being is perfect, right? We need to have the system to really think about how we could use the system to help us to deal with that human being triggered that the wrongdoings. So it's not really see when the accident happened, so not really rush to really finger pointing. We talk about right now it is the time to really think about, yes, of course, right now the passenger flights, they have really high that safety levels. We talk about that the every 1 billion hours for aviation flight times, there's just one accident happened. So still we talk about the level of safety is quite high. So we need to really think from a systematic way, not just to really blame everything to human factors. So right now we're looking at, from the available video footage, we can see that the pilot appeared to attempt a nose-up maneuver to regain altitude before the crash, but it was unsuccessful. So based on this, is it reasonable to speculate that there may have been an issue with the power system? So we talk about actually taking off and climbing to the certain level. Yes, indeed. Sometimes we think about maybe the engine malfunction. So we talk about that because of the previously the pilots forgot to do the operation that caused that the crash. So we talk about that we know that there is really a limitation on correcting the wrongdoing during the climbing period. Just after taking off, actually it's very limited. So it's very small. So we also need to think about. So we need to think about that the power system, and because we need to take consideration about that factor, that's the 10 to the minus 9. So we talk about that for the not maybe just because of the engine. So just one engine actually could help to really to operate to. Yes, indeed, we also actually because of the bird strikes. So also in China we had that, but just rely on one engine. That's actually the Southern Airline in China also finished the whole flight. So we talk about actually is maybe not really need 2 engines. Of course, it's better to have 2 engines, but one engine could also finish the whole flight. So we talk about that maybe that could be that one engine failure caused that the pilot to do the Iran operation. But right now we not really see the evidence, and also maybe is that a bird strike? And we talk about that could be have a certain possibility, but we still need evidence. And also I see that some experts saying that maybe that's some a stuck happened to the wings, so that maybe that they have the enough threat from the engine, but still the pilot is really hard to control that fleeing status. So that's the also remember the previous event. So it's also just took off. So the pilot did not really know that the MAX system did not really know that the how to operate exactly that the MAX system. But that's not really maybe the reason for this time. We don't know yet. So we need to further evidence. And we need to think about that. The weight, that's actually is not enough threat for escalating to the certain level. Actually, we could really to see some reasons happen before, but that's not really could 100% take that to this event. So we still need to wait for that the data from the black box and also wait for the investigation team to give us the final result. Right now, we don't know that. So we still need to wait. And we talk about that you cannot really simplify the whole process of the investigation. As you mentioned about the black box, so we talk about it's more like a procedure. So what's next? So what is exactly the whole process? So we talk about that how we could really see that the things going forward. So we talk about that there is a procedure, standard procedure by the aviation industry. We talk about that this is the aviation from the Air India to perform that. FAA or FSB should also do that. So that is the reason behind. So as long as anything related to black box, and also any the parts actually so that need to have that the a person to collect ODs. And right now it should be Air India to do. So we don't know that whether that the India have that capability to do so. So we need to really think about whether that could use other laboratories to help to really read out all the data to get into the further details about all these black box information. So we still need to think about that right now. So just based on that the flight gesture status, and later on we will also to double check in the laboratories. So we talk about that still based on the procedures, and we will have a big list of things need to further check up. So for the first month, for the relevant authority, we will also release initial information. So talk about the flight hours, and also we talk about the engine situation, and the pilot information, and the pilot information regarding flight hours, and the credential, and also whether that the fatigue or not, and also the history of the pilot. So for the whole events, that could be 1 year or two, still based on the complex of this event. So we know that for these many years, we have seen that you have done a lot of research and to look at the history of the aviation and accidents happened in aviation industry. Do you think that why we need to really do so and how that's meaningful? Yes, indeed. Actually, I think from two areas. First, for the safety of aviation, we talk about safety actually always the key word and also above everything else. So we really need to know that the history about all the aviation development, especially how investigation should be done. So we talk about that a system, how the system goes. So back to today's topic, back to today's tragedy. So it's Boeing 787. So we talk about from a more systematic way to think about whether that could be a systematic issue. So for us previously, actually just maybe purely human factors or technology, technique. Right now, we also need to think about that safety culture issues. For Boeing, this is really the big name in the industry. Their culture previously is driven by the technical experts, safety. Right now, back to that financial or the stakeholder driven culture. So this is really could shake the fundamental of that company. So that not really to show that they gave the full respect to quality. So we also need to look at their investment in safety, in techniques, and also we talk about their organizational issues. So right now for my job, I also reviewed a lot of company. So you talk about that right now for the accident happening in the aviation industry. So multiple reasons happened. So we talk about that a company culture, that organization, and their own charts, and also like the regulation. All these together could cause the accident. Because this behind that could be also reflect something goes wrong in their company's procedures. So that's actually the multiple reasons behind that nowadays accident. So we talk about it's very complex. So we talk about the passengers. So you're looking at there are more than 1,000 suppliers around the globe to supply that's more than 1 million of parts. So they need to really stick to the highest level of quality guarantee, right? Just very single small thing happened going wrong, like the hatch, right? To just a very small, tiny ball cause a big accident, right? So we talk about like the suppliers provide all different parts and they finally assembled in Seattle. So we look at right now a lot of things actually really do a lot of things like automatically, right? So like a lot of that the regulations do like the rules and regulations based on the old day know-how. So we also need to think about right now that the ways and means of that regulation still that fit in today's situation. So we talk about it. Actually, it's really, really difficult to stick to that the highest level, so that we talk about supervision regulation are very important. So we need to put a very close eye on that the independence of the watching dogs. So we talk about that this is always a dynamic procedures and this is also a systematic engineering project. So we talk about that this is my latest research. So we talk about more that the public education-wise knowledge. We talk about actually also that the previously events happened and also in the recent years and based on the previous review. So I checked up over the past 120 years of history. So there are around 100 classic events. So I wrote a book. So that's why I wrote this book. So that's actually back to a very simple reason. So that's 10 years ago, my wife watched a news. So that's happened just to be a accident that happened in aviation. So she talked about it actually is so developed. Why this kind of things still happen? Why accidents still happen? So we talk about actually there could be accumulated experience to help us to figure out. So we look at the history for that majority of the. So for my research, we talk about that every accident behind. This is all wrought by all lives. So this is really just so heavy. So we talk about that this is to talk about that the safety history in the aviation. So we talk about that this is really that the assets that really that the knowledge and experience gained by that the victim's blood. So we actually have all these experience help us to have more that the lessons and experience learned and to pursue a higher level of safety. We talk about actually this milestone to milestone, from knowledge experience to knowledge experience. So we talk about that report is more than 300 pages. So a lot of really that the technical terms, but I hope that through my understanding, we could have let people to know more. So we talk about that actually with more than 120 years of development, and that really a lot of things help us to learn. So we talk about that to understand that the knowledge of safety, to understand that the whole that system of the system, and also to respect, to show our highest respect to life. And also in China this year, we talk about that the low altitude economy, right? So that's a buzzword this year in China's government report. We talk about that one of the key words is to really pursue that a sustainable and safe development. We talk about safe, actually safety before everything else. We highlight that. So we talk about that this is the key job for low altitude economy, right? Yes, indeed. As you mentioned, actually for the whole aviation industry, as a reporter, actually for our observation, we know actually safety actually mentioned every time, all the time, right? So a lot of things you talk about the history of accidents, really helpful to let people to learn from all these, right? So that we can increase our awareness of safety. So show our respect to lives and also follow the rules. I believe that's the most important thing. Thank you very much. Thank you. And also thank you for sharing with us your analysis. And please keep in contact and we see a further development unfolded, so we could really have more information, and hope that you could help us to know more later on. Thank you very much.
So that's all for this hour's show today. And actually, we have talked to Director Qiao Shanxun. He's the Executive Director at Henan Industry and Trade Vocational College Low Altitude Economic Development Research Center. And he actually briefed us on the potential reasons behind this kind of deadly crash, and of course, the future investigation process of this crash. So CGTN will keep you updated on the latest. Stay with us. Bye for now.
好嘞，辛苦老师，吃走了，我们已经，
好，谢谢。 Hello and welcome to our live stream at this hour. This is reporter Yu Yang with CGTN. And today, a crash of an Air India plane with 242 people on board was the first ever for a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. The London-bound passenger plane went down in India's western city of Ahmedabad is a long-haul aircraft that has been in operation since 2011 and then carry out between 248 and 330 passengers. Well, for more on this, let's talk to Senior Captain Chen Jianguo for more analysis on this deadly crash. Captain Chen, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for the investigation. Thank you.
So first, what do you know about this deadly crash currently?
Okay, currently we know that the Air Indian the flight number is Air Indian 171 and the departure from one of the Indian airport and crashed shortly after takeoff. And unfortunately, possibly no one survived on the aircraft. And also the Indians official AAIB already started the investigation for the accident. And unfortunately, there are also many students on the ground were injured. So that's a tragedy.
Of course, and as we know, this is actually the first ever such crash made by a Boeing 787. And the aircraft also have a reputation of safe and comfortable. So what do you know about this kind of aircraft?
787 is the most successful aircraft of Boeing, like 737, 747, and the 777. And since the 787 start fly, it's almost have the best reputation for the safe and comfortable fly. So it has a very good reputation.
And as the senior captain, what kind of challenges or difficulties usually you will encounter during the process of taking off? As we know, that's one of the most dangerous parts of the flying operation.
Normally for takeoff and for the takeoff, it's a lot of we call that risk for operations. First, we may encounter many problems like engine failure, burst drag, or some mechanical failure. And due to the low speed, low altitude, and if anything happens, it'd be very hard to dealing with. Especially with limited runway, limited climb performance, and it will be very hard for the pilot to deal with suddenly malfunctions or burst drag or any malfunctions. So at low altitude, low speed, and it's very hard actually.
Gotcha. And as far as we concern, actually, from the video released online, although we don't know who filmed them, we can see that the pilot trying to save the aircraft at the end. For example, I think he tries to pull up the nose of the plane, but it seems that he failed to do so. So as far as we concern, that is the problem of the power engines or the power systems.
Still, and from the videos, and as I see, same as all the people say, and it looks like the aircraft is in the clean configuration. Normally for departure or for takeoff, and we use flap to lower the speed, and then to increase the lift. So, but this aircraft, it's we call that in abnormal configurations for departure. So normally for departure, after aircraft leave the ground, we retract the gear and maintain the flaps. But this aircraft is in the strange configurations. So after airborne, this aircraft still maintain the gear, but looks like the flaps was retracted. So that will be a big problem for the departures. So normally, if with departure with heavy weight like today's, and normally we need maintain the flaps. If you retract flaps, it will be very hard for the aircraft to get enough lift to leave the ground. And also, if you keep the gear down, it will have lots of drag. So you cannot accelerate. And if you retract the flaps, it's also another problem. So even if you have full thrust, it will be a huge possibility you cannot get aircraft climb. So it's a high possibility that the pilot may retract the flaps for some reason, but forget to get the gear retract. So from my point of view, that it's a high possibility, it's a pilot error to retract the flaps instead of gear. So normally procedure, we should retract the gear after takeoff. Then if we get enough speed, then we retract the flaps. And it looks like they made the wrong sequence. So they retract flaps first and leave the left the gear extended. So that will be a very dangerous situation for that departure.
Totally understood. And that is why the plane seems to get lost their speed in the end, right?
I'm not sure they lost the thrust or not, because it's still unclear. So we need wait for the preliminary report. So what happens for this departure, for this takeoff? So, but the strange configuration is the gear is extended and the flaps is up. So, for the time being, that is only thing we can see. We need to wait until the preliminary report to what's happened for the configuration and also the thrust.
Understood. As you mentioned, the plane's in a kind of abnormal configuration in terms of the flaps, in terms of the gear, of course. And so, what kind of reason do you think what kind of situation the pilots encountered? To what extent they encountered a kind of bird strike, or they just didn't follow the SOPs?
It's hard to say, because for the time being we have no further information from any results, because it's impossible to get any information for the time being. Maybe next 10 days or 1 month, there will be some information released by the government, and then we can know more detail and what's happened. But for the time being, we can only know that the departure configuration, the takeoff configuration is strange.
Understood. And talking about the aircraft, in recent years, we have seen so many crashes made by the aircraft made by Boeing, actually, especially as you have such rich experience in Boeing 37. And so talking about Boeing 37, especially the 37 MAX, and it has encountered so many crashes, especially a kind of one when the system and pilots are struggling to struggle for the pilot control during the taking off process. So what kind of aircraft has left you the deepest impression in recent years?
Actually, to be honest, the Boeing is still a great company as far as I'm concerned. And 737 MAX was exceptions. And due to the very complex reason, they designed the MCAS. So that true accident actually is a unique case. And I have read a lot of article about 737 MAX, and that is only one reason caused two accidents. it's not like several reasons, like several problem for that aircraft. Actually, 737 MAX is still a good aircraft, except for the MCAS. So for Boeing, and it's still a good company, and they still make a very good aircraft. And for this 787 accident, because we don't know it's it's bird strike, lost engines, or they use the wrong procedure, or they make some mistake, or they hit the the antennas from the wrong way. We don't know the exact reason for this case, so we cannot say that Boeing is a bad company or the bad reputations. So far, I should say, to be honest, Boeing is still a great company for the aircraft manufacturers.
But actually, in terms of the, as you mentioned, indeed, the Boeing 37 is especially a unique example, especially talking to the system of MECAS, actually, is trying to, struggling with the controlling system with the pilots. So talking to Boeing 737, what do you risk the pilots will facing in terms of the process of taking off?
It's just like I said before, for taking off, it's a very complex process, and we need dealing with all kinds of malfunctions if it happens. And also, it's very critical for any second, like during takeoff, if the engine failure, for the pilot, we may have only 1 second to react. So time is very critical. And for departure, for climb, pilot only has very limited time to think and to follow the SOP. So it's every second is very critical. So a pilot need very familiar and with full energies, and to understand all the procedure and dealing with a very critical case. Like for departure, we have very low speed, very low altitude, and if we lost the engine, the performance will decrease about 80%. So it's very critical, and it's almost no time to think. So this we call that sometimes if anything happen, and maybe some young pilots get panic. So they may have the high possibility to make a small mistake. Some mistake may be not so bad, not leading to an accident, but some mistake may lead to an accident. So it's happened like, a few years ago, Transair in Taiwan, they took off, and then the one engine lost thrust, and they shut down the wrong engine. It's
I heard that.
Happened, yeah, it's all happened during the very high pressure. So people may make mistakes during the high pressure. If you sit in the cockpit in the scenario like a very high pressure and very critical case and a very critical stage, people have the very high possibility to make small mistake.
Totally understood. Yeah. Please continue. Thank you so much. And talking to the potential reasons behind this kind of crash, there's a saying that most of crash happen because of human mistakes, because the aircraft, they have experienced so much test and they have approved to be a reliable aircraft. So most of crash happened because of the human mistakes. Do you agree with that kind of opinion?
According to the IQ and also IATA, they issue the accident rate and also the reason for the accident every year. According to the recent reason for the accident, and it's still almost 80% of the accidents caused by the human error. So human error is still main major reason for the accident. So actually, in the aviation, we have done lots of jobs on the investigation for the how to eliminate the human error, but it still continue big issues for the accident.
So, well, there's no way to prevent this kind of human mistakes. For example, to provide them more help from the technology or more help from the electronic systems. So, how do we improve this kind of thing? Because as we know, the passenger number is over 200.
Actually, we have done lots of study and research on the human errors. Actually, we in the aviation, we try to use all methods to reduce the human errors, like from the procedure side, training side, aircraft design, procedures, and many methods have been implemented on the to reduce the human errors. But there are still a lot of accidents caused by the human errors. So, it's the total accident number have been reduced for the last few years. But, as the total number of the flight increased very fast. And that means the accident rate actually reduced dramatically since the last few years. So, so far, the accident caused by the human error are reducing dramatically since the last few years. So, but it's a case by case. Aviation, the aircraft accidents always, make a very big news, because it's caused, people dying, many people die in the one time. So even the accident rate reduced dramatically since the last few years, but we still can see some accidents. The number, the accident number is still maintained almost similar for the last few years. So actually, to be honest, we already have done lots of job on the reducing the human errors, but it still can happen sometimes.
Yes, as you mentioned, people may made mistakes in high pressure, or maybe you just have 1 to 2 minutes to make a decision. So indeed, we can imagine is the safest way of transportation. So for the last part, Captain Chen, would you share with us the future investigation process, what people will do to investigate the reasons behind this deadly crash?
And normally, according to the IQ Annex 13, and normally the investigation department has enough information from the flight data record and also the cockpit voice record. They may release the preliminary report in 10 days or 1 month. So, and then according to depending on the the investigation process, they may issue the report within 1 year or maximum 2 years. So I think this accident happened near the airport, so it will be easy for them to collect all the flight data record and also the cockpit voice record. So it will very easy for them to analyze the data, and then they should be able to get the preliminary report in next 10 to 30 days. And then I think the final report, or the medium, we call that intermediate report, and should be finished in 1 year. But what we say is aviation accident is always a combination for all the reasons. So all possible reasons, like a human error, like aircraft design and procedures, like trainings, human factors, everything involved. So for the final conclusions, normally they need to spend maybe 1 year to collect all the information, and then they get the final conclusion. And most important is in the AQ Annex, we do the investigation not to blame anybody. The purpose for investigation not blame anybody. Its main purpose is just to find the reason which caused the accident. So that means we will the investigation will towards to how to eliminate the possibility of the next accident. It's not to blame anyone. So that's the reason the investigation will be, take a long time, because we want to find. It's not a simple reason like, oh, pilot make a mistake or the aircraft has some problem. We need to find out why and how they made the mistake, or it's a procedure problem, training problem, design problem, or any reason, or even for the physical conditions, pilot thinking, or whatever. So the main purpose, toward this main purpose, it will take a long time to investigate and how to solve the problem. So the final report will give the all the reason and all the from all the direction. So it will be a long process for investigation.
Understood. Thank you so much, Captain. We do appreciate your time and all your insights on this deadly crash. And we hope to talk with you in the future in terms of the preliminary reports or the final report. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
So that's all for this hour's live stream, and we have talked to Senior Captain Chen Jianguo. He shared with us his insights on the potential reasons behind this deadly crash. And of course, as he mentioned, well, the investigation is not to blame someone, but to find the true reason behind this kind of deadly crash and to eliminate or to reduce this kind of deadly crash in the future. So thank you so much for your watching this hour, and we'll keep you updated on this crash in the future. Stay with us. Bye for now.